Progress.
Yeah, you are.
I'm live right now.
Well, I mean, it's just got that.
Okay. So once I start the video,
Well, I mean, you can hear it.
so should have pause it.
Then you, if you end the stream, then you got to create a new one. So. That's the link.
Okay. Where's the key?
That's all done.
Oh,
That's what you need to give to Julie.
okay.
Problem is, you got the
then you-
stream
if you're in the
going
stream,
through,
then
you
you
gotta create out. So
Do what?
you got that going overhead.
Yeah.
That's the link.
Oh, so there'll be a delay. Yeah.
That's all done. That's what you need to give to Julie. So that's the problem. You need another.
Could have signed you up. But he's on limit to do it.
The only thing that's off is this.
Actually,
Although you can say.
it's still connected.
Yellow.
So it's still connected to Zoom. Can you hear me, Keith? No. No, that's.
Hear me? Yes, working. Okay. All right. Well, good evening and welcome to the Board of Education meeting for the month of September. I'll call the meeting to order. And first item, we would like to respect our country with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you stand and join us, the flag is to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first item is approval of the September 14 agenda. Second. And Mr. McDowell and Mr. Seaver. All in favor, aye. Opposed? All right. Tonight we do have, to begin our agenda, we have parent guests. So we have allotted 10 minutes for each of them. And so like our first person is Ms. Quinn. So, Ms. Quinn, it's your floor.
First of all, I want to thank you guys for your time. I do have a question for each one of you. How many of you have your CDL and your school bus endorsements in order to drive said bus? How many of you have worn a mask for 6 hours on a bus or 7 hours in a classroom with a little bit of a lunch break? In the last, say, 18 months? How about 12 months? We'll go as short as the last 6 months. I know, how many of you have read the federal mandate, start to finish? How many of you have read the definitions of public transportation per that federal mandate? Because that's what you guys have been using all year, the federal mandate. I can answer yes to each one of these questions except for the classroom. I have not spent 7 hours in a classroom. Everything else I can answer yes to. With that being said, per the federal executive order, masks are not required on school buses. The CDC has recommended it, but they do not mandate it. We have seen over the last year that masks do not stop the spread of COVID-19, especially with kids. If any of you had spent any real time in the school and or on buses, you would see the kids constantly take them off, play with them, remove them to sneeze or cough, stuff them in their pockets or backpacks at lunch, then remove them, shake them out, place them back on their faces. I personally have seen kids drop them to the ground, walk into the bus, accidentally trip over their feet, step on that mask and place it back on their face. We wouldn't eat food or anything else that was dropped onto the ground, yet our kids put a cloth over their face and breathe those germs in. As a bus driver, I've had kids who were not mine get on my bus. I didn't know it because I couldn't see their faces and couldn't recognize their eyeballs. You know, got a new haircut, changed their color. I have no idea who they are. I've seen teachers not recognize students outside of the building because they've never seen their face. My children had a hard time understanding their teachers to the point my oldest stopped asking questions on materials she did not understand because she couldn't understand the answer the teacher was giving her back. My son has ADHD and ODD. Having a mask on is a major distraction to him, and having faculty correct him about wearing a mask or correctly wearing it creates a perfect storm of sorts for his opposition disorder to show. As a parent, I know what's best for him. And there's two of his principals here that can attest to it. What's best for my children is to be in a classroom free of as many distractions as possible. I also want to mention on that note of them being in class that your quarantine protocols are making it so that children whose parents have decided not to give them the vaccine or are too young to receive it basically punished at the expense of their education. If a parent decides not to have their child tested for COVID, you are telling them that they will miss 70 hours of in-school education. I know that my child cannot be out of school for 10 days, especially when feeling perfectly fine and expected to do any form of work. For an ADHD kid, that is a 2-week vacation, and then you expect him to come back and be able to learn material he missed, plus put up new material. That's impossible for an ADHD kid. They'll never catch up. Just a little data for you. In our neighboring St. Charles County, in the last school year, 20 to 21, 29,372 students were in quarantine due to close contact. That's not positive, that's close contact. Now, 10,249 of them were on a modified quarantine. But with what remained, 1.3 million hours of education was lost in one county in the state. Now, with nearly 30,000 students in quarantine throughout the year, you would think a lot of them would test positive during that 14-day quarantine. Only 377 ever tested positive in the 14-day quarantine, which leaves a 1.28 positivity rate among quarantine kids. But 1.3 hours of education was lost, and the district still received funding for those hours. And to be honest, we don't know how many kids lost education time over a false positive. I know parents have sent you info and the data on that. Getting back to the buses, however, as I am a bus driver and have driven the entire pandemic, I can say that the requirement for masks is not only not part of the mandate, but not justified. Just to make sure you have all the info, I'll send you guys the links after I leave here today. I've read the federal mandate as it applies to public transportation and the definition for the order. School buses have more clean air exchange than any classroom, yet they are being required. Also, the public transportation that is mentioned in the federal mandate all have some form of air conditioning. In this district, like many others, the only ones that have AC is the sped buses. The drivers are made to sit in these buses for hours on end with a 200-degree engine block. If we were to put children in a classroom at 110 with little to no relief and making sure that masks were worn at all times, this district would be charged with child abuse. Child abuse literally is defined as failure to provide education. You guys are failing them by putting them on a quarantine that is not deserved. But yet you allowed students and drivers alike to be subject to that heat, first week of school being a prime example. I know I've read that a student had EMS called on in order to assist the child due to heat. There's a district here in Missouri that their school bus quote mandate is that if the windows are down, masks are optional. The windows are up, masks are required. I don't care for it much, but it is a happy compromise. I say that all to go and show this district and the parents that these masks have little to do with the safety of our children and our faculty. This was about the safety and health of the students and the faculty. Masks would not have been required when temperatures were exceeding 100 degrees before heat index and before the engine block is running for hours. If we were to put adults in these temperatures, this is a side note, Maricopa County, Arizona had a prison there. They were outside all day, every day, and the state actually shut them down because it's considered inhumane. But yet you put our drivers in that all day with no relief. I'm sure the board is aware that only 74 people in all of Lincoln County have died since March of last year due to COVID-19. We've had about 439 people that I can account for die in the same time frame from other causes other than COVID-19. And the kids that have died, most of them have died either due to car accidents or suicide. But none of you are requiring that they see a counselor every single day, the entire student body. But yet we're going to require masks. It is not the place of the school board, the health department, or the state to make that decision. Some days I believe this board is only here to promote their individual businesses and not for the good of the children. You as a board work for us, and I am requesting that all votes on the matter of mask mandates and in the future, possibly the COVID-19 vaccine, be done as an open board meeting, where all of you cast your vote in front of the parents, the faculty, and area residents. I will leave this with you. If board members mandate masks in the district, my child will be withdrawn and homeschooled. I know I'm not alone. I do not say this as a threat, but to serve as a warning of how serious I am about my child's health is to me as their parent. Thank you for your time.
Questions from the board? All right, we do have three parent presenters. Our second up tonight would be Ms. Kobe.
Hello, my name is Jody Kogi, and my 10-year-old son has gone to William Capel since kindergarten. I am following up on a hot topic that continues to plague our community. My son started out the beginning of last year virtually. It was terrible. However, even when he returned to school for second semester, he still was not learning at the same pace he had in the past, or even this year thus far. His zest for school quickly faded as I watched him shrink behind the mask he wore to school every single day. I refused to do that to him again. I refused to put a piece of fabric over his face, his smile, his personality, and his identity. At the August board meeting, the decision was made to continue with masks being optional. However, there was a comment made at that time that will likely change several times over the course of the school year. You stated that you would continue to monitor the situation and make changes accordingly. I applaud your dedication to keeping our children safe. What is weighing heavily on my heart, though, is the fact that masks, medical or fabric, will not keep our children safe. There is not enough scientific data to prove that masks are effective in slowing the spread of any virus. If there was, why would the actual manufacturer of 3M masks state on their website that they do not protect the wearer from airborne viruses? But let's for a minute, for the sake of science, say they do indeed help stop the spread of COVID-19. And let's again, for this hypothetical scientific experiment, say that you are a 6-year-old child. You put your nice clean mask on to go to school in the morning, you get out of the car at drop-off, and while trying to put your backpack on, you somehow rip your mask right off your face and it falls and hits the ground. No big deal, just pick that up and put it right back on. Into school you go, you head straight for the cafeteria because the smell of breakfast is calling your name. Get your tray, take a seat, pull that mask right off your face, sit it on the table, and begin to talk and holler with the rest of your classmates. Thank goodness you can't spread COVID while we sit and eat. Thank goodness the particles that are being expelled from your lungs won't last more than 3 to 8 hours. Lights go off, a warning that class is about to start. You put your mask on your face and head to the restroom. Oh no. Somehow during the course of washing your hands, your mask slips off and hits the bathroom floor. Did you know that a public restroom harbors as much as 500,000 bacterial cells per square inch after just 1 hour of normal use? But no big deal, right? Just pick it up and put it right back on your face. You get to class and begin your first lesson and your nose itches. Maybe you pull your mask down to scratch it. Maybe you just rub your mask into your nostrils to stop the itch. That choice for now is at least left up to you. Are you getting thirsty? No problem. Just pull that mask down and get yourself a drink. You see the problem here? Let's ignore the fact that a single COVID aerosol is small enough to fit through the weave fabric of masks. Not to mention the sides and all the gaps that those little particles that are literally a fraction of the size of a single hair will fly right out of unobstructed. A single human hair is 25.4 microns in diameter. A coronavirus particle is 0.3 microns. The average coronavirus particle is 850 times smaller than the diameter of a single hair. Let's ignore the fact that children only make up for about 15% of COVID cases. Let's act like we didn't know that the percentage of children that have contracted COVID and died is between 0.00% and 0.03%, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. And while we choose to ignore all common sense, let's pretend that all the bacteria that those masks collect throughout the day by being touched, dropped, moved, and fidgeted with will not harm a single child. Let's go ahead and pretend. Sure, it will make the government happy. It will make misinformed people happy. But is that our goal for our school system and our children's safety? I surely hope not. The idea that masks work is nonsense. Before October 2020, there were numerous studies dating back at least 20 years that prove over and over again that they will not work in preventing the spread of airborne viruses. We can pretend that in 6 months, they were able to disprove years upon years of studies and clinical experiments. We can even pretend that wearing a mask does not affect your oxygen level. We can pretend that children wearing masks, being taught by teachers wearing masks, does not hinder their learning. We can pretend children wearing masks while trying to communicate effectively and loudly enough for their teachers and friends to hear them isn't almost impossible. We can pretend covering our nose and mouths for 8 hours, 5 days a week is not having any negative consequences. But why? Why are we pretending? Why are we being bullied into following these mandates and recommendations? Why are we not doing everything in our power to protect our children from this propaganda? Ask yourselves that. And while you're at it, ask yourself that on a Friday after wearing a mask for 8 hours straight every single day. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Cody?
Only that's still on.
I know.
Oh.
No, this is just following up from the August meeting saying that the recommendation could change to make them mandated. And then Ellsbury did come out last week and say that they were making them mandatory. So I was just making sure to follow up on that.
Just for record, Ron Ellsbury. And the reason Ron said that,
Yeah, and for record, I'm the one who made the statement. I did not say that we would mandate. I said we would monitor daily the activity and adjustments would be made. So
I'm
it's
very
a
glad to hear that.
misrepresentation of what my statement was.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right, our third parent tonight is Ms. Patton Hilton. All right, so we have Ms. Patton that is with us first.
Good evening. First, I just want to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the board via Zoom. I fully planned on attending in person. However, unfortunately, my son was sent home from school sick yesterday. And so I didn't want to put any of you at risk by coming in tonight. If you remember, my name is Tara Patton and I am a parent in our district. And I am here to discuss the current policy of optional masking in the hopes that we do revisit that and consider requiring masking in our district. I do appreciate the position you all are in. You probably didn't anticipate having to make these types of decisions when deciding to run for the board, but here we are. We all didn't think that we were going to have to make these types of decisions, and this is life. While I realize that you've probably already been discussing this matter and many of you have likely made up your minds, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try to reason with you and request that you show a little consideration for our students, our faculty, our staff, and their health and well-being. I do want to start out with just some questions. I realize that you all may not be able to answer me since I am joining via Zoom, but Mr. Mills, I think you've been in the insurance business for decades, right? In fact, your team finished out 2020 as the #4 agency in the state of Missouri, which is quite an accomplishment. And I'd say that you are an expert in the field of insurance. I have an auto insurance policy, homeowners insurance, even life insurance. Could I do what you do? Probably not. Mr. McDonald, similar to Mr. Mills, you've been in the banking industry for a long time. You've come up through the ranks and can be considered an expert in the field of banking. I've had checking and savings accounts for over half my life. I know all about credits and debits. Surely I could do what you do. And Dr. Easterday, you've got over 25 years of experience in the medical field. You've completed countless hours of schooling to get where you are. My husband's friend's wife is a nurse, and I have seen tons of episodes of ER. Surely that qualifies me as an expert as well. I think you can see where I'm going with this. You all probably think this sounds pretty silly, and you're right. Why on earth would anyone listen to me when it comes to areas that I only know about tangentially? They wouldn't. They'd come to you for your opinion, not me. So I ask, why are we listening to YouTubers, politicians, folks on the periphery when it comes to community health? Wouldn't it be prudent to listen to the experts on this matter? Personally, that's my vote. I listen to experts when it comes to matters that I know little about. Sure, I research the topic and gather as much knowledge as I can. I don't take everything at face value, but I listen to those that have spent their lives learning, researching, practicing in the field. I trust my son's teachers to educate him. They're the experts. I talk to a mechanic when my car starts making a funny noise. I seek the counsel of our pediatrician when it comes to their health. And I trust the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Lincoln County Health Department when it comes to mitigating the spread of infectious diseases. I'm sorry, I do not trust YouTube. What are we teaching our children if we disregard the recommendations of experts when it comes to masking and other mitigation strategies in our school? That their years of experience, their years of study mean nothing? That it's okay to just blatantly disregard the policies set forth by those tasked with community health if it's something that we just don't want to do? I don't know about you, but that is not a lesson that I want my kids learning. We all do things that we don't want to do. I don't want to stop at every stop sign when I'm in a rush. I don't want to stand in a really long line at the grocery store waiting my turn to check out. I don't want to put my cart away in the cart corral when it's raining, or maybe I've parked super far from the corral in the parking lot, or my kids are picking at each other because they're sick of shopping and they just want to go home. I don't want to do it. I'm sure you've all been there or in similar situations. Do I just blow through the stop sign and think, meh, to hell with everybody else? Do I cut in line? Do I just leave the store without paying? No, I don't. I wait my turn. I stop at the stop sign. I put my cart away. Most of us do these things because we know it's the right thing to do. We may not want to do them. They may not be our first choice, but we know it's the right thing to do. So we do it. The same should be true for wearing a mask. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Somehow the idea of mitigating the spread of COVID has been politicized, which is a real shame. There are rumors flying about as to the dangers of wearing a mask. Are they effective? Things like that. I covered all of that in my, when I addressed you last month, provided you with a whole host of studies. And I do hope that you looked those over. But there is one that I do feel I must address once again, because it seems to be circulating widely on social media. This idea that masks cause hypoxia or reduced oxygen to the brain, resulting in a person's inability to function, is just not true. The idea that our children will not be able to learn and focus because their brains aren't getting enough oxygen is ridiculous. I cited a study by the Mayo Clinic at the last meeting, and again, that was included on the handout. But I did want to ask, and unfortunately I cannot see Dr. Easterday from my screen, from the view, but as a physician, Dr. Easterday, you wear a mask, correct? I'm assuming all day long. I don't know if anyone on camera can let me know what he's answering.
Said yes.
Yes, okay. Are you unable to work, to concentrate because of it? Are you performing at a diminished capacity because of a face mask? Are medical professionals not at the top of their game when performing life-saving procedures because of a mask on their face? No, they're not. If that were the case, we do away with masks in the OR and the hospital. Nobody would wear a mask. Why would we? Because we're able to function with a mask on our face. It's ridiculous. As of last night, we currently have 110 positive cases in our district and nearly 500 students quarantined due to exposure. Those are just the current cases. The cumulative numbers for this academic year are obviously higher because we've had students that have been able to return. Over 7% of our student population is currently out of school. I risk the health of our students and staff when we could reduce the risk of transmission by following a few simple procedures. I've heard others say that masks don't work. We know they do. There are studies that they do. I'd like to see the ones that say they don't and not from a YouTube doctor. We also need to social distance. We need to encourage hand washing. They make awesome lanyards for masks to keep them from falling on the floor. My son wears one every day. I did get a chance to speak to a member of our nursing staff, and our district is seeing a rise in cases. The number of positive cases is greater this year than last year. I'm sure you on the board have been looking at those numbers, or at least I hope you have. Another distinct difference from this year to last is that she can see patterns among those positive cases, indicating direct student-to-student transmission. That's a big deal. That tells me something that maybe, in fact, masks do work. Other districts in the area are updating their policies. We need to do the same. We tried the parent choice route and it's obviously not working. Masks work. Our district numbers show that masks work, and it's only going to get worse. The Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services recently put our county on alert because of the rise in COVID cases. Many of those cases are our students, our children. Per the Department of Health and Senior Services website, the total number of cases of COVID-19 since March 2020 for school-age children, so kids from the age of 5 to 19, is 589. So that's from March 2020 until now. That equates to roughly 32 cases per month. The number of cases for that same population, that same age group, in the last 14 days in our district is over 41. 41. You know what that means? That means we've seen an increase in cases in less than half the time. So we used to have an estimated 32 cases per month. Now we are having 41 in the last 2 weeks. So let's say we have another 41 in the next 2 weeks. That gives us 82 cases for this month. And again, this information is available on the Department of Health and Senior Services website for our district, not for another district, ours, Troy. Hospitals in the area are nearing capacity. ICUs are becoming overrun. This time last year saw a 7-day average of 369 COVID-19 hospitalizations in the St. Louis region. We currently have a 7-day average of 793. That's a big difference. 369 this time last year to 793 for a 7-day average this year.
Ms. Patton? Ms. Patton?
Yep.
I'm sorry. We have you at 9 minutes, so you have a minute left.
Okay, I'm almost finished. I'm right there. I will just end this since I am running out of time. I just implore you to follow the guidelines put in place by the experts, the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, our very own health department, nurses within our district, and require masks in our school. Please, please take this information into consideration before making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Patton from the board? All right, thank you to all of our parents for your time, for your preparation, your presentation. Heading through the agenda, next item up is consent agenda. So seeking approval of tonight's consent agenda. Mr. Justice and Dr. Easterday. All in favor, aye. Opposed? Next up, we have students here. This is fantastic. Student spotlight. Actually, we have a student advisory council. So our middle schools, both Troy Middle and Troy South Middle. So Dr. Greer, are you in charge? Ms. Fezziman? Oh, okay. Your floor.
Good evening, board, Dr. Penny. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present tonight two of our student groups, our Student Advisory Council and our Titan News Group. Members of these groups are selected based on application and teacher recommendation. And at the beginning of each year, we always start off reviewing our mission and our vision. The mission of trusting relationships and superior instruction, and the vision at Troy South, which is Troy South Middle School is dedicated to embracing lifelong learning and creating a culture of kindness to assist students in ever-changing society. I want to introduce the students. Members of the Student Advisory Council are Harlow Elder, Ty Colbert, Tyler Cox, Daisy Hinkie, Ellie Moore, and Luke Twellman. And members of our Titan News crew include Reagan Crouch, Kennedy Dameron, Grayson Getz, Natalie Jayoni, Ellie Moore, and Brady Tigner. I'm going to stop talking now, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce our students, and they're going to tell you a little bit more about our purpose, events that we planned, and then how Titan News has helped us advertise those events. Thank you. First up is Luke Twellman.
Hello, I'm Luke Twellman, and so our purpose for Student Advisory Committee is to help promote kindness to our building and to show students and make sure that they have a say and that they feel welcome in our school, and just to give them a say in what events we have done.
Thank you, Luke. Next, we have Natalie Jayoni with Titan News, and she's going to tell you a little bit more how they helped us spread Kindness Challenge Week this year.
Hello, my name is Natalie Jayoni, and I am part of the 6 members of Titan News. This video was not only put together and filmed by Titan News, but wouldn't be a video at all without the help of SAC members, many teachers, and one talented poetic substitute. This video took exactly 1 week to film, interview, and edit. To create this video, I used the app Clips to put together and edit. We also used the app Camera to film and interview. I believe Titan News did an outstanding job creating this video, which brings me to the following points. Titan News is a group of qualified students creating videos to not only spread school news, but spread kindness as well. Thank you.
Is there a link to the video?
Yes, thank you, Natalie. Yes, there is a link to the video. It's 10 minutes long, so we weren't going to show it tonight, but it is there for you to watch.
Awesome.
And then last, we have Daisy Hinkie, who's going to tell you a little bit about Kindness Challenge Week this week.
Hi, my name is Daisy Hinkie, and I'm going to tell you part of a way we promote kindness at Troy South Middle School. So one of the things we do is we have spirit days, and they're a little fun thing we do. And today is Crazy Sock Day, which I didn't think that socks. But another example is Crazy Hair Day. My personal favorite is Pajama Day. But I didn't have that this week. We also do service learning projects and team building, which we did with decorating the kindness stores. Teachers had most of their students help, and the door decorations are a little kindness thing that we do to just kick off kindness. Yep. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Daisy. Thank you, board, Dr. Kenny, for allowing us to present tonight.
Good evening, board. Dr. Penny. I'm Dr. Greer. And with me tonight, I have Coley and Camilla, who are going to share with you Student Advisory Council at Troy Middle School.
Good evening, board and community members. My name is Chloe. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you this evening what Student Advisory Council is and how we plan to support our building mission. Here are our current student representatives. We have also provided Mrs. Percival, Mrs. Hopkins, and Dr. Greer with names of more potential students to be part of our team. At Troy Middle School, our mission is, as Trojans, we will approach each day enthusiastically in a collective effort to achieve an inclusive and inviting learning environment. When we met, we discussed what our vision for Student Advisory Council is. We talked about what problems we will solve and who and what we are inspiring to change. The vision for Student Advisory Council at TMS is we believe in making improvements and offering opportunities so that TMS can honor students' voices and views in order to be a better place for all.
Hi, my name is Camilla Walsh. Events we have planned for this semester include Start with Hello Week, Red Ribbon Week, and Kindness Week. These weeks will focus on including others, drug prevention, and anti-bullying. Each year in September, thousands of schools and youth groups nationwide participate in Start with Hello Week to celebrate the amazing work of educators, students, and community members in building positive learning environments for all students this week. We will take small but powerful actions to promote and include to support students who are showing signs of loneliness or social isolation. Start with Hello introduces students to the power of connecting and helping one another. Our theme this year is relentless. What does this mean to you?
Never give up. Are you asking us that question or did you ask the?
Well, just
Oh, anyone, okay. Well, it means to never give up, be relentless.
We got Chloe from there.
I think she is.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Did you have fun with the activity for all of us? Did you enjoy it? Yeah. Good.
Thank you for this opportunity to share how we are making a difference at TMS this year. Thank you for your continued support and the time that you give to our school.
Good. Yeah, I want to thank our students, Mr. Mills. I want to thank the parents for tonight. There's a lot to come to our board meeting and share your great learning experience.
Any questions for any of our students? Okay, be an easy one. Thank you so much for the preparation. Y'all did great. Always good to hear from our students. So thanks for coming. All right, moving on to our curriculum presentation from Main Street Elementary. Sam, Mr. Lewis.
That's also their cue, Mr. Mills, they can leave. We'll see you tomorrow.
One of the parents told me she thought she could do it at 6:30, so we're a little late. Sorry, Amber.
Thank you.
Right. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Petty, community members, colleagues, whoever's left. Thank you.
Coley and Miller still here. So
Yeah,
that's good.
They got close to the back.
Thank you for your time this evening. So tonight we're going to be talking with you about Project Lead the Way. It says at Main Street Elementary, but as you guys are well aware, you approved for us to add Project Lead the Way at all of our elementary buildings, K-5. I will tell you that at Main Street, that is the special that our students have shown the most excitement and buzz around this year. It is new, is it exciting? It's very hands-on. Mrs. Totebush has always been a teacher that has been a hands-on teacher. She's always asked her students to be problem solvers and think. So we were confident when this position popped up that she would be a fantastic fit for it. And she's done a great job kicking off that program at Main Street. Just today, I was meeting with one of our kindergartners and he said, Mrs. Sanford, is this going to take long? Because I've got to get back to Leo. He is our mascot for Project Lead the Way in her classroom. She'll talk about him a little more, but I got to get back to Leo because we've got work to do. It's like, okay, buddy, I just need 5 minutes of your time and then I promise we'll get you back to Leo. So I'm going to let Mrs. Totebush share what our kids have been working on because we're excited by what we're seeing so far and excited by where this is going.
Good evening, welcome. Thanks for having me, I appreciate it. I absolutely love this job. I'm just going to start off by saying that. It is so much fun to interact with kindergarten all the way up to 5th grade. My comfort zone is the big kids, 4th and 5th, and having the little kids is really rewarding, and having the kids in the middle is really rewarding. So I just want to thank you for this awesome opportunity that I have now. Project Lead the Way is a STEM curriculum. So of course, STEM is one of those popular buzzwords right now: science, technology, engineering, and math. Sometimes it includes an A for STEAM because they include the arts. So music, creating artwork, we've already done some of that as well. Project Lead the Way, the kindergarten through 5th grade program is called Launch. Of course, you know, we have it in the middle school as well as the high school. And this is an introductory program for our younger kids at the elementary level. And it's been really exciting for them so far this year. And just seeing the growth I've seen since the first week of August, you know, the first week of school has been incredible. Our students are going to have 4 different modules. That's what they call them instead of units. All of the grades currently right now are doing programming. And that has been really fun because of course we get to use the iPads and everyone loves that. Students are highly engaged with all of these activities, and some of the other modules are light and sound, weather, animal adaptations, structure and function of the human body, energy and ecosystems. And those units were selected. I know one by James Bertles, and Dr. Porter helped out with that because it helps to support the teachers in their science curriculum. So the first week of school, I did the same lesson for every kid. After talking with the rest of my Project Lead the Way team, we wanted a way to introduce kids to Project Lead the Way. And I found a book online called Be a Maker, because a lot of things that we do in class are making things and creating things. And that's what I did. So students in K1 heard this book, and then they were given a container of Play-Doh, and their job was to do their first initial. And if they were able to do their first initial, I challenged them to do their entire name. And that was really neat to see what kids came to school with some of those skills. With the bigger kids, I made it a little more challenging. They were given a tub of materials: straws, Play-Doh, beads, counting chips, paper, cardboard, foam squares, pom-poms, popsicle sticks, plastic wheels and axles, and seashells, because I love going to the beach. And then those kids also had to create their name. And I challenged them to use at least 11 different types of materials. So very competitive, but good competition. And then we took a gallery walk. So they stood up, and every grade did this, to walk around and see same materials, but what did you do to make your name or make your initial? So the next slide shows us some of those creations. And it was fun. Some kids, the littler kids, like I said, just had the Play-Doh. Some of the bigger kids got really creative. I love this one down here on the bottom left corner. She made her stand up. She was the only kid in our entire building that did that. So I was like super excited and impressed by that. And then the center picture is the kids walking around doing a gallery walk. I also had them then go and vote and go stand by their favorite. And most kids immediately said, do I get to go vote for myself? Absolutely. But most of them didn't. They voted for their friends. So I thought this was a great first intro activity and getting them pumped about this class. So that was week 1. Week 2, well, week 1, I got to introduce this guy too. This is who Mrs. Sanford was referring to. This is Leonardo da Vinci Totebush, but that's just kind of cruel to call him that. So we just call him Leo for short. He is a leopard gecko, and I have had a leopard gecko before, and I thought this was a perfect opportunity to bring one back. Students have loved learning about him. Every single class the first week, I had to talk about him and let them go take a peek at him. And students regularly come in now and bring fresh crickets from recess. They're allowed to do this. And one tried to feed me a cricket today while I was eating my lunch. And I said, no, I'm not opening my hand. We'll go give it to Leo. But second graders have been out there hunting, and it's adorable. And the kids have seen him shed his skin. And they're just really excited to have this class pet. And they may not remember how to say Mrs. Totebush, but they know I'm the lady with the gecko. So Leo, yes, you'll have to come by and see him.
I will.
He's grown since school started. So week 2, we actually started the Project Lead the Way curriculum in 1st through 5th grade, because kindergarten, we were still just trying to sit in our seats and be okay and not go to the bathroom every 2 minutes. So that was a learning curve for Mrs. Totebush. So 5th grade, they started researching infectious diseases and learning about chicken pox and measles and strep throat in their module that's called Infection Modeling and Simulation. So there's some research and work right there. And 4th grade, their unit is called Input and Output Computer Systems. And so we got to play a game called Pass the Input. And it was understanding that when you squeeze someone's shoulder, you only do it because the person behind you squeezed it. And I timed them to see how quickly they could do this. And we did shoulders, and then we switched to ankles, and ankles were harder because we had to bend down. But it was pretty exciting because they tried to keep beating their time. I had a class that could do this in 8 seconds. So it was pretty impressive to see their improvement. 3rd grade was a little more challenging, but it was a good lesson. We reviewed parts of speech, nouns, verbs, and adjectives. So pulling in some ELA. And they were creating a story like a Mad Lib, and each table had a job to do. And that was a little frustrating because we had bugs in it, obviously a mistake in the program. So we had to debug it. So inserting those computer terms. And it was a little frustrating at times because we had messengers that would come and deliver the parts of speech, and the kids would open them up and go, nope, that's not a noun. And they would put it back, and the messenger would have to go deliver it. So that's what they started with, to understand how a computer is a system and all these parts have to work and function together. Oh boy, Runtime Rosie, my absolute favorites. 1st grade and 2nd grade, this is their coding unit. This is how they started. I got to wear these dog ears. I have extras if anybody ever wants to try them on. And I get to be this computer dog. And there's a grid that's set up behind me in my picture that I took. And the kids have to help Rosie get from her starting point all the way to her doghouse. And I made up this whole story of how I was chasing cats and I was really tired. And I need you boys and girls to get me to my home so I can take a nap. And students learned beginning programming, how to send Rosie forward. She had to jump over mud puddles because she didn't want to get her paws and her beautiful fur coat dirty. And that she liked dog bones and you needed to help me pick those up. If students made a mistake, we had to say there's a bug in the program and basically game over. And they had to start again. So it was a little frustrating at first, but they got the hang of it. And I got really warm wearing that vest for almost 2 weeks, let me tell you. But it was fantastic. Definitely a highlight of this job so far. Kindergartners, their 2nd week, I had some new toys and hands-on activities that I had, and I had them be engineers. I gave them tubs of materials and I said, okay, what can you build for me? This has wheels. What could you build with wheels? And immediately their wheels started turning and they're building a car or a truck or a tractor. Other kids were building animals. Other kids were just free building. And then they realized, oh, this looks like a flower. So that was a lot of fun, as you can tell. Week 3 got a little more intense, which is what we're in the middle of, starting last week and continuing into this week. Scratch Junior was introduced in kindergarten or 1st grade and 2nd grade. Kindergarten starts next week. And it's a coding program from MIT. And there's a tutorial that I walked students through, and they're having Scratch, this cat, and they're programming it. So they had to learn that the motion blocks. He went forward a step, backwards a step. He jumped, he hopped. And if you didn't program it correctly, Scratch wouldn't do what you wanted him to do, which goes right back to the Runtime Rosie that I was the previous week. And 3rd grade, we had to do a little Runtime Rosie too, because obviously they didn't have this program last year. So if I would have jumped right into their first lesson, they would have had no idea what I was talking about. So I did a brief 2nd grade mini lesson with them, and they got it right away and really enjoyed it. So it was truly mini. And then we moved on to their challenge, which was having Rosie move down a path, and the colored circles controlled what I did. So they had to code me that way. 4th grade had to start thinking like a computer by using the binary system. Binary system is, of course, what computers read, a system of zeros and ones. Those are the values that computers read. And they had to write their name in binary numbers. They had to decode a couple of messages in binary. And then the last part that you see some of the pictures of, they created pixelated images. And so that was enjoyable for some. And then there were a few that were a little frustrated, but by the end of class, I always check in. Did you have fun? Did you learn? And I always get a thumbs up. So that makes me feel good about it. And fifth graders presented their learning on infectious diseases. So they had a week of research, so 1 hour of time. And then the next week they came back and they presented what they learned, and we compared and contrasted out loud. What did you notice? What symptoms were the same? What symptoms were different? How do we control the spread? How do we prevent it? And I believe that's it. So that's where we're at. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That is contagious. Our kids are gonna, it sounds like they're responding very well. We talk about kindergarten. That's really, really exciting.
So for some of our students that have selected to go virtual as well, one of the questions those families have had is, hey, listen, we're excited about what we're doing virtually, but we really want to do something with Project Lead the Way. So Mrs. Soderbush has also prepared things and has been sharing those with some of our virtual families so that the families can do this type of learning with kids at home, because there is not a day in the building that we don't hear our kids talking about this special and what they're looking forward to and what they're learning from it. I would suspect it's the same at our other elementaries, but there's a lot of buzz around it and it's so much fun to watch. So if you're ever in the buildings, find Mrs. Soderbush's room. It's a good time. My door is always open. Thank you. Bring your kids, though.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Sanford and Minnesota. Questions?
All our teachers at the end of the class period asked if you had fun today.
Yeah, that's a powerful.
That's a
question.
bold.
It is.
Well, I've always said my personal philosophy, if it's not fun for me to teach, it's not fun for them to learn. And so I truly believe that, and every day for me right now is fun because they feed off of my enthusiasm and vice versa. So I'm loving it. Every day's fantastic.
You know, Ms. Soderbush, I also see on social media our other your colleagues posting things you are too. And just the different things that our kids are exposed to, and just the creativity that's in using MIT as a resource. That's
Yes.
a wonderful
It's a
opportunity
great website.
for our children. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much. All right. On to the report of superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. 6.01, the continuity of services plan for the 21-22 school year I placed on the agenda. So it's really been recommended by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education that school boards look at our CSP on a 30-day basis. And so I wanted to point out some things that I think have gone very well and some areas that we would like to continue to focus on. Certainly our mitigation strategies, we're trying our best to social distance within the 3 feet. And our first week of school, we were very concentrated on transportation. As you all know, our 3-tier, and I think our parents were being patient. That's our first week. It got a lot better. Our all clear tonight was 524. And a typical 2-tier all clear was about 515. So we're within about 9 minutes of where we've been in the past, but we're still trying to make tweaks with transportation. I've talked to superintendents all across the state around different mitigation strategies. Some districts are putting in modified quarantines to address students being out for a significant period of time. Some are doing masking, and then others masking with pre-K-12. And those are things that the board we would ask the board to take consideration as we move forward throughout the year. On Friday, I spoke to 3. One superintendent had a mask mandate, saw very low cases. Another that was a threat, what I call threshold district. There's been a lot of conversation on threshold. This district had a 4% threshold, and I've seen them range from anywhere from 1 to 10% the threshold across the state. And the threshold is the number of positive cases of students with COVID. The challenge I have with, say, a 4% is our 4% pop point is a little different than 4% for the can with 125 kids to 100 to 1,500 kids. So certainly something I would think we would have continued conversation. Last Thursday, I was participating in a health department call, and another district was quarantining students, but after 3 days, they could come to school. The 4th day was another test. We have simply not done that. I want to thank Ms. Mindy Kemper for all of her efforts. I'm district health coordinator, and we're doing a 7-day quarantine and come back on the 8th day with the negative test for students and staff. But one of the things that is different from last year, there was numbers, I believe one of the parents mentioned numbers around 110 students positive, is our staff members. So I've asked Sarah Schnake to address the board tonight, just so we can look at our number of absences and some of our COVID leave related absences. Ms. Schnake, you come on up, or you can stand there if you like. Why don't you come on? And of course, the board, we want to thank them for the extension of COVID leave throughout the entire school year. And all our staff is very appreciative of that, not only for this week.
And we are very appreciative of the board's support for our employees with passing the COVID leave at the last board meeting. We've had about 160 COVID leave days so far by our employees since the board passed that. What we're seeing with employees so far is more positive cases this year in the first, well, the back to school week and then the first 3 weeks of school versus last year, but we are seeing less close contacts among our employees. So that's a positive in the right direction. And not all of our close contacts are having to quarantine because some are vaccinated, which is also helping keep some of our employees in the building, which is certainly what we want to be able to educate in person. With absences for teachers and paras, we have seen an increase this year over last year in 2019, which was pre-COVID. For the first 3 weeks of school, we have had 720 teacher and para absence requests. Last year of the same time period, it was 573, and the previous year is 529. Sick and COVID leave do make up the majority of those absences. Since we have seen an increase in absences, we've seen an increase in our fill rates. We have more subs than we had this time last year, which is, or I'm sorry, we've seen an increase in the number of subs we've had working, but overall a decrease in our fill rate. So the first 3 weeks of school, it was 66% on average fill rate. The last 2 days, we've seen an additional increase in our absence requests among employees. So on Monday, we had about a 52% fill rate, and then yesterday was, or today was 47% with over 80 employee requests, teacher para each day. Any questions that I can answer for the board related to where we're at with leave or subs or absences? We do. So that's a great point. We have added teaching positions and para positions this year. So we do have more employees than we've had the last 2 years. That being said, we have open para positions. So we're not fully staffed in paras. We're also not fully staffed in teachers as of right now, unfortunately. So some of our sub requests are going to fill positions that are open right now, and we haven't been able to fill the
So in the packet, doc, included the CSP plan. So I just asked the board to continue to monitor the daily COVID cases like we have. We've been very transparent. Not every school district is offering the COVID dashboard. We would like to do that for the second year in a row. Communicate with our parents and our patrons. Every Friday, our building principals send them letters, positive cases. Hospitals. Any questions on the CSP at this point? And I think Mr. McDonald said best, just because one district does something doesn't mean that our district so make those same recommendations. So everybody has different situations and different needs. You know, so we certainly aren't looking at a 25% student body point. I'm very proud of that. I think that does a lot for the team that we have. Our custodial team has continued to step up and clean our schools up like they did all of last year. And our bus drivers as well. There was a comment made earlier about our bus drivers. I would match our drivers up against any other district. We have disinfectant sprayers that we use to continue on our school buses. And so we want to say we did not have a student heat situation in one of our buses. It was another situation. I think we knew that but I knew I should have corrected that. I just want to say that I think we're in a good spot in this mill to continue to look at the numbers, and we want them lower, absolutely. And we've asked our parents not to send sick children to school, and I think they're complying with that. I do have 2 feedback from parents of students that were quarantined. We had children quarantined on the 2nd day, that the teachers did an outstanding job with emails and Canvas lessons so that our students stay current. And then when they came back to school, one came back to school last Thursday, one comes back to school tomorrow. And I did not miss a beat. So I think that's really important. Any type of loss of instruction on our children, so getting the education for I would put our staff against anybody else.
You still have the hotspots if they need to do it.
Yeah, we certainly, Dr. Culberson and his team have done an outstanding job working with building principals regarding any needs for hotspots. Every child has access to a device. So we certainly want to take care of any of our kids' needs. And thank you, Mr. Super, for that question. So I think we're doing all that we can do in that regard, and I feel good about it. Next, 6.02, the 2021-2022 budget. Dr. Levy is present tonight. Good evening, Dr. Levy.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. Thank you, Ms. Odebrecht.
Excellent. Can you all hear me okay? All right. So obviously at the end of June, every district is supposed to have a budget in place, and we always do that as a district. And then we take and we look at what happens over summer and any extra needed positions or cuts or what's happening with the district's finances. And then we come back in September and we bring you the most updated version of the budget to approve. And then throughout the year, there'll be times where we come back and we say there are revisions to the budget and these different things have happened. And so I'm sure you've had time to look through all of it. I want to make sure this is short and concise, but also answer any questions that you have. Briefly, I do want to share just about 7 slides. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, as we talk, within the slides, I did want to highlight a few revenue sources, kind of what our expenditures look like, take a deep look at our summary, and then also our finance at a glance. And so the first slide, and I promise we'll get there, really looks at exactly what we talked about last month when we set the tax rate hearing. And that was what happened to our assessed valuation and how does that affect our taxes? And so it's just 2 graphics. One is the summary that we saw last month, and the other one is a breakdown. It's in your packets. It's a breakdown of what's happened over the last several years and where does that lead us in 2021. Thank you. And so this is a great graphic of, we talk about what's happening in our district. Obviously there's growth and there's continual growth. And if you look at our pattern,
Blow that on purpose?
everybody has a copy. So our most recent jump is from 604 million to 699 million. But I think the graphic is very important because it does show us that for the last several years, we have a continued trend of growth, and we expect that trend to continue as time goes on. And we know that an assessed valuation ultimately becomes local revenue in the form of collected taxes. And so when we think about a second revenue source, and this is new, when we came in June, we weren't sure how we were going to look at attendance, if we were going to go off of what we used a couple years ago, or if we're going to estimate. And so this was submitted to DESE and approved. And so we are asking that we estimate our ADA. We had a significant number of students move into our district, and as well as great retention of students. And so that puts us ahead of the numbers. And so in order to estimate ADA in Missouri, you have to fill this form out, send it in, DESE reviews it, and then they approve you to do it if you can show enough growth. And so for us, it's going to equate in about an increase for this year's pay of 153 ADA. So we'll get paid for 153 more students than we were. And why that's important is we are serving those students right now. So if you did not estimate your ADA, come next year, about October, November, you get a prior year correction. It would be a very significant prior year correction. So you recoup that money, but you recoup it after the fact. And so for us, estimating allows us to capture it this year while we're serving our students. So between that and summer school, we met today. Last year summer school was fairly small, right? Not last year, no, the year before, because of COVID. And so this year summer school showed a significant increase. So between the two, we're going to be up over 220, 230 kids for payment. So we're very excited about that. It allows us to serve kids right now. It also allows us to offset some of the loss from having to shift from Fund 1 to Fund 3 with some of our tax levy. So when we look at that and we look at all of the revenue we bring in throughout the district, we get this graph. And the reason I say all of the revenue, this is looking across 4 different funds. It's just not looking at Fund 1 and 2, which we'll dig into in just a little bit. Looking at all of them, this year, we're 47% local, 37% state, a little bit of county, a little bit of federal. And I know the 0.6, if you add up, it's more than 100. It's just a weird calculation. But really, typically our federal is not that high. We recognize that there are some ESSER funds in there that we don't traditionally get. And we recognize that our local looks a little bit high just because all the money's coming in. So we are blessed. We put, with Dr. Penny's blessing and the work of a great team, we put all of these funds to use to make sure that we use them to support students in every way, shape, and form. And so that's what our revenues look like coming in. We'll get to what those numbers are in just a minute, but that's a breakdown of percentages. Then we always talk about, okay, when the money comes in, what does it really go to? And so the first 2 categories really go together, right? Where those are salaries and benefits. Traditionally, those are captured in one. And then we have services. That could be training, professional development, many different things. Supplies, capital, obviously bond and lease purchases, as well as construction. Construction really falls into capital, but we look at that a little bit different just so we can see what's happening in the realm of building projects. So you all have this, I promise. I know it's very, very small. In fact, I printed one out for myself because I was slightly terrified I wouldn't be able to read that, and I can't. So as a district, when we look at what's happening with our finances and what's happening as a whole, we really focus on Fund 1 and 2. So 1 is your incidental and 2 is your teacher's fund. And those give you the most flexibility. Whereas Fund 3, dedicated resources, Fund 4, dedicated resources. So we have a board policy that says we'll be above 20% every year in reserves. And so we can look at across Fund 1 and 2 for this upcoming year, we're going to end the year with a balance of $25,633,804. That's a very strong number. If you look at the percentage, it's going to be 35.3290. Now, I do want to clarify, some people say, wait a minute, we were at 38% before. That number that we look at is a percentage of your revenue, or I'm sorry, a percentage of your expenditures. So in our case, if we had the exact same expenditures we had 1 calendar year ago, we'd actually go from 3.18 to 3.70. But we know because of all these funds that have been happening, expenditures have gone up. So when you look at it as a percentage of actual expenditures, it equals that to be 35. But it's about 300, if every expense were to stay the same and nothing would change, it would be about $346,000 more revenue than expenses. And so our finance at a glance, this is just a great tool that we use to capture what's happening across the first box on the left captures exactly what I just said. Sometimes we talk about budgets and what's happening. How big is our budget really? And the answer is $92 million. And so we recognize it's a very large number, and we take complete responsibility for to be fiscally responsible with that and make sure that we use it to the best of our abilities. The next box is left empty intentionally. We won't know those numbers till the end of the year. And then our fund balance history, as well as the top box on the right, really looks at And this is important because if you like, well, those numbers don't match the previous slide. That's only looking at 1, 2, and 4. So we do have local revenue that goes into Fund 3. So those percentages are slightly different. And then we look at sources of revenue, where they come from. This year, we are looking at, and I had those numbers just to share. There are several different sources of local revenue, but for us, property tax across all funds is going to generate a little bit more than $33 million. And then Prop C is going to generate a little over $6 million. Whereas if we look at our state revenue, our basic formula is going to generate about $27.5 million. And then as part of your state formula, there's something called classroom trust money. That is really the gambling money. So when we hear classroom trust, that's the money that comes to districts through Missouri Gambling. And so for us, it really does become part of your foundation formula, but that will equal for us about $2.5 million of revenue for us throughout the entire school year. Other than that, we have purposely done a great job of digging into what our district's needs are. When we talk about added positions or changes, Project Lead the Way is a beautiful example of something we've expanded across all of our elementaries and our Torrey South. We've also expanded core teachers at the high school. We have looked at teachers to serve our students with special needs to make sure we have adequate numbers there. And we've been very as responsive as we can be to those needs to make sure that we have those filled. And I know the people here do a great job with that, and we're just thankful to be able to provide. Any questions for me?
Any questions?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The board, we approve of the presentation of the budget. So. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Opposed?
Thank you, Dr. Levy. Next, our future district planning. So Dr. Culbertson, myself, we are working with Dr. Griner in strategic planning overall as we do our comprehensive school improvement plan. But certainly long-range planning is something that our district has taken pride in many years. But when you look at our enrollment information, I wanted to share with you what our current enrollment is. There's a lot of questions. Are we 6,600, 6,800? But as you see, we have well over 7,000 students this year, 7,104. And then you see the breakdown. Thank you, Mrs. Flynn. You see the breakdown of all of our buildings. We saw almost 80 more students at Troy South than we had this time last year. So the heart of our growth seems to be south of 47 and right at the Highway U and Highway C area. So certainly, I want to put on the board's radar the opportunity for a bond issue, a no tax increase bond issue to address our growth, especially at the elementary level. William Capital has one modular and one on the way to address this growth. We have one that will be there, we hope by the end of December, end of November, early December, because we certainly needed space at William Capital. And Mrs. Dr. Cromer and I visited off of Meddy Road, a development of more than 250 modular or mobile homes going in, and we think that will present us some student enrollment challenges as well. So the other thing we plan to do, we pride ourselves also in planning, and so we work very closely with RSP. I put that in your packet. So you've seen this before. This is just simply from last January. It's the elementary building projections, and the target that Mr. Schwartz is probably within 98 to 99% on with his census, birth certificate numbers, things like that. So we are feeling it. When I ask our principals regarding growth, Dr. Champion's here tonight. I talked to her about that. She sees it. Building the extra classroom addition at Main Street is going to help, but not enough to alleviate some of the other growth spots that we're going to. Also at the ninth grade center, the expansion of that facility would also be on our horizons with the snow tax increase bond issue, should the board decide to place on the ballot. And having around a $60 million bonding capacity, we think we would need at least $50 million for a new elementary school, the expansion of the ninth grade center, and possibly addition of another childhood center to address early learning needs. So those are some of our goals and some of our plans that we're trying to bring you probably prior to the December board meeting. So I just wanted to get the enrollment on the radar. We've been talking about the 309 additional students. We've not seen growth like that in my time here in 10 years. I know the district saw that in the mid 2000s. At one point, we were the second fastest growing district in the state. I'd say we're in the top 5 now, especially with the county's latest census data at the 13.2%. So, any questions on this future planning? The other challenge that we have is that the architect is telling us that we're about 30 months out from the new building. So that is very concerning with prices, labor, other districts in the same situation. Those are things that we're going to have to address. So I just wanted to place this on the agenda and great discussion around it. Okay. Next to 6.04, Career Academy update. Dr. Brown is here to give an update on Career Academy. And while he's up here, he's going to do 605 and do our strategic planning as well. Good evening, Dr. Brown.
Good evening, Dr. Penny, board. It's my pleasure tonight to provide a few updates on what's happening with career academies here in Lincoln County. Most of the buzz is happening at the ninth grade center and our ninth grade academy launch. So included tonight in the agenda is an update prepared by our district academy coach, Ryan Myers. Ryan's doing a fantastic job of working with our ninth grade center staff as we launch the ninth grade academy. Included in some of his highlights this month over at the ninth grade center, our open house, a welcome ceremony. We're all high quality events. We're kicking off our freshman seminar curriculum. So I just encourage you to check out the links that are there to get some more information about some of the things that have happened here in the first month of school. Looking ahead at the ninth grade academy, Julie, if you could go up to the up slightly, the bottom of page 1, please. Go up to the right there. Perfect. Thank you. Some events that are on the way as a commitment to Graduation Plus. We know that our graduation rate is extremely strong. It's a point of pride for us here in R3. But we also want to make sure that our students have a plan beyond high school that includes an industry recognized credential, college credit, and just a more focused plan on what's happening next for them. So all of our freshmen this year will sign a commitment to Graduation Plus. There's a banner that's in the Commons area at the ninth grade center. It's going to get around to all of our seminar classes. Students will sign that, and then they will see that again when we are on the stage together at Family Arena in June of 2025. We'll also be hosting our first career fair at NGC on December 7th. And Mr. Myers, Rachel South, our chamber director, and of many other people in the community are going to help put that together. So we're excited to give our freshmen exposure to careers in Lincoln County that match up with some of the activities that they're doing in the freshman seminar class to really get them thinking about their academy choice for the fall of 2022. We're also putting together a budget fair that'll happen during second semester that really gives kids some real world experiences and also to visit with local industry pros to get their perspective on what does it mean to earn a wage in their business and pay their bills and how to raise a family here in Lincoln County. So we're excited for that experience for our freshman students as well. And then looking ahead, thank you, Julie. I'll just highlight that we have our first master planning session with Ford Next Generation Learning scheduled for tomorrow at the factory on Cherry. So our Ford coaches are in town. They picked up handouts today. Appreciate district technology coming over today. Also our food service, Mike Blankley we're gonna have the food truck there, our Edu Kitchen tomorrow morning, but really an opportunity to engage our community, engage our families in master planning for what the academies could look like. And so again, we're excited to provide more information to the board in future months, but very excited to take that first step in master planning tomorrow with about 60 of our district stakeholders. Be happy to answer any questions the board might have at this point about our Career Academy happenings. Okay. So we'll transition to strategic planning. We've had lots of great conversations across the district regarding strategic planning over the last couple of months. Dr. Van Leer has done a great job of really developing trust and respect very quickly with all of the people that she's worked with. We've had a chance to really focus our efforts with 3 groups. So first, our district leadership team, our steering team. Second, our Board of Education last month, Dr. Van Leer was with us. And then also a strategic planning team, which consists of about 30 district stakeholders, teachers, administrators, parents. Mr. Ladley joined us. We're appreciative to have Jim there as well, and had some great conversations that really focused on what those groups felt motivated students. And then, Julie, if you scroll down to not only what motivates kids, but what are the outcomes that we really see as evidence of success, and had some great conversation, developed some themes, and that's something that we're going to use as we begin to build the strategic plan. So again, great ideas, and you'll notice that the lists on the left and the right a little bit longer because Lori made us, we couldn't stop talking until we came up with 20 at each group. So she let the board off the hook last month. If you scroll down, Julie, to the next page, this is just again, a summary of our activities to date. We're very appreciative of Dr. Van Leer being in district. We're thankful that the board has supported that effort, and just some great conversations that have happened through August and the beginning of September. And then as we look ahead, we're excited about conversations that we have scheduled with those groups coming up in September and October. And also a shout out to Audrey Hennebree for her excellent work with Thought Exchange. She's helping Lori have a series of thought exchanges that will go out to families and to students. Those will go out towards the end of the month and into early October. That's all information that we're compiling and we'll use to guide some of our goal areas. And then once we've landed on our goal areas, our areas of focus with the plan, we'll then move to implementation teams, and they'll actually develop the action plans and the ways that we will begin to monitor the plan. So lots of good things happening there. We appreciate all of those district stakeholders that have participated to date, and we are excited about the work upcoming. I'll also mention that Dr. Van Leer is joining our master planning with Fort NGL tomorrow, and we will really be able to bring the master planning with the academies to the rest of the district strategic plan, really have them come together. So I appreciate the collaborative approach between Dr. Van Leer and our Ford Next Gen learning coaches. They've become fast friends. So we'll provide another update to the board in October, but we'd be happy to entertain any questions the board might have for Dr. Penny or myself. Yeah, right. Yes, of course.
You want to go ahead and stay? Do you have anything else you want to share into our attention?
Yes. So when I was with everyone last month, we talked a bit about Schoolzilla. And so I wanted to be able to provide just a quick update on some of the data points that we're monitoring through Schoolzilla. So, thank you, Aaron. So this data is up to date, and it's something that, again, is pulled by our student information system. And just a couple of highlights to share with the board. As Dr. Penny mentioned, our enrollment continues to climb, and this data includes our pre-K enrollment as well. So, we are experiencing a lot of growth compared to this time last year. Our average daily attendance, we are seeing attendance levels slightly lower. Understood, obviously, because of some of the quarantine issues we're facing and parents doing a better job of keeping students home if they're not feeling well. Another metric we're paying attention to, obviously, is our 90 for 90 attendance, and that is down from this time last year. We do have a mechanism in place to claim that attendance once students come back from quarantine, and so that's a new process this year. So obviously that attendance rate will change and fluctuate as we have students returning back from quarantine. But again, will continue to be a data point we're going to monitor. So I'll scroll down quickly to some other new data. We've shifted away from evaluate, and we're utilizing STAR in both reading and math. And so our buildings just completed their first round of benchmark testing, so really giving us a place to begin as we begin to really dig into the needs that our students have. One of the great benefits, and we just had some training today with Renaissance, is the ability to provide interventions based on what the data is telling us, and very prescriptive interventions. So we're able to dig in to our reading assessments and know specific skills that our students are deficient in, so that our schools can group students in like skill groups and really provide meaningful interventions. And that just wasn't information we had at our fingertips previously. So again, as we continue to move along this year, we'll provide updates. This again is the very beginning of our data picture regarding STAR, but we are excited about its potential and how teachers and schools can use this information to really drive instruction. We are also, again, excited to have STAR Math at our disposal. And we are, again, identifying kids that needed additional support. And we were able to provide that support in a much more strategic way this year. And so, again, very thankful to have this resource available to us. I want to just mention very quickly and recognize the efforts of Dr. Salvo. Amy has done a great job of working with DESA, which is our universal screener for social emotional learning. We're getting ready to kick off that assessment window. She'll probably have a few things to say about that. But this Schoolzilla will allow us to monitor our social emotional learning progress throughout the year as well. So the tiles are blank now, but perhaps by the next board meeting, we'll have some data to be able to share with you regarding that universal screener in SEL. And then one thing I want to add to college and career readiness that we did not have last month that's new is a tile on advanced placement exams. So one of the other data points that we want to pay attention to is not only the number of exams that we are writing. And so again, if we were to dig into this tile a bit, you can see that the performance of our students, the percentage of students earning a 3 or better, which is what the College Board deems as college ready, we are seeing a decrease from last year. So last year, we had a 59% percentage of students scoring at least a 3 or better. But you'll notice that we had 176 tests written last in 1920, and that number jumped to 199. So that data is very typical of when you see more kids stretching to take more rigorous coursework and take those exams, that those percentages of 3 or better dip a bit. And so we're certainly well within what we would typically expect to see. But a celebration there is to see almost 200 students scoring or taking an AP test with over 100 of them at a 3 or higher, which again is what the College Board would deem to be college ready. And for kids that are in scholarships or advanced placement in college, that's really the magic number that we're shooting for, 3s, 4s, and 5s on those assessments. And so again, this is a data point that we want to monitor. We want to see kids taking more tests, and we want to see a higher percentage of 3s. And so that'll, again, be a data point that we will continue to monitor year over year. A couple of anything on Schoolzilla that I can try to answer for the board. One other thing I wanted to mention coming up this month is Manufacturing Day. So we are excited to be involved with some of our local businesses in Manufacturing Day. Rankin and Elite Tool are among those where we'll be setting up some local tours for our Project Lead the Way engineering students. We also have some virtual tours set up with Toyota. And again, we're excited about the opportunity to participate in Manufacturing Day. It's not quite the Manufacturing Day that we've seen in years past because of some COVID protocols, but we're going to do our best to give our students as much exposure to careers in manufacturing here in Lincoln County as we can. And we know that precision machining, a very important program at Rankin, and we know how much manufacturing means to our community here. So we know there are jobs here in Lincoln County that have manufacturing, and we want to continue to see our students fill the gap of employment in that particular sector. So the actual Manufacturing Day is October 1st. That's when the virtual events will occur. The other local tours will be prior to that, and they've yet to be finalized. Thank you.
Dr. Brown. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Thank you.
Good evening again, board. We have been very busy in HR over the last month. We are currently recruiting for 4 teacher positions. 3 of those were due to high last minute enrollment and needing to address some class size numbers. And then we also have a late resignation. So actively looking for more teachers right now, in addition to 16 para positions, nurse, latchkey, EOP, and transportation positions. And Todd would probably take more custodian subs. And so lots of opportunities in the district right now, keeping us very busy. Next month, in addition to my quarterly report, I would like to review with the board just our efforts and our current status around classified recruiting and retention, so we can dig a little bit more into our data and what we're seeing and what we're trying to do, as well as what we're seeing in other school districts and even across the country. I did have the opportunity to attend the Missouri Association of School Personnel Administrators Conference at the beginning of the month and had lots of great sessions and information. So I appreciate the board's support for allowing us to be a part of those professional organizations to continue to grow and bring things back to our district. Also attended a training session for our grant that we will be writing on grow your own programs and teacher recruitment and retention. So that application window has opened and we will be submitting that in the coming months, but want to make sure that we do it right so that we can take advantage of those funds that are available. We will be hosting a flu shot and biometric screening event for our employees on October 6th. That's a free event for all of our employees to continue to make sure that we're trying to keep our employees well and get them health information. We have also been reviewing, revising, updating our volunteer application and approval process, as well as looking at and creating a process with Dr. Salvo to approve outside service providers that work with our students that we don't have an MOU. So we've been trying to create some documents and a process for that as well. We're also beginning our voluntary benefit enrollments. We have in-person individual sessions, enrollment sessions with employees starting the week of September 27th. And we are reviewing policies that we just got from our policy service. So we anticipate we'll have some policies to bring to the board for next month for first read, including some policies that are based on recent passage of state statute that would include additional leave for employees, unpaid leave. So more to come on that, unrelated to COVID. But I think that's it for HR.
Jennifer?
Good
evening. My monthly report is attached and just has the social media highlights and other platform highlights on there as well. Was excited to see that our top Facebook post was our congratulating our 2021 Star Employee and Teacher of the Year. So I know last time we met, did we announce them?
No. So we
yeah.
met on the 10th and then we announced it on the 17th.
Yep, perfect. So was excited to announce Dr. Bertles and Ms. Martin as those employees and giving them the honor that they deserve, as well as the other finalists in those categories. Some other things that we've been working on, Dr. Greiner mentioned that we're working together for Manufacturing Day on October 1st, and so I'm working with the chamber on some of those local pieces and trying to get some feedback from our students so that we can make sure that we're personalizing that and making that something that they can relate to positions and companies here in their hometown. Also working closely on the academies with Mr. Myers and Dr. Greiner as well, just doing different videos with Dr. Sally for the the 9th grade academy, and moving forward with some of the branding pieces on that as well. Strategic planning, as Dr. Greiner mentioned, also working closely with Dr. Van Leer with some of the thought exchange pieces and just different ways that we'll be packaging the feedback and those types of things to our audiences. Working with Dr. Porter on free and reduced meal applications and working towards encouraging our families to return those applications so that we can make sure that we're getting the federal dollars that we need for those programs so that we can continue to support our students in the different ways that those federal dollars do that are outside of just the meals. Also working with the Early Childhood Center on the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. And so as you are most likely aware, United Way is no longer going to be funding that program. They'll be phasing out over the next couple of years. And because that is such an important program for our pre-K birth to 5 students, who will be our students, we want to make sure that that continues in our community. And so we're working on ways to raise those funds for that program going forward. That will be part of our R3 Cares financial giving campaign this year. And so that is a campaign that we roll out to our employees every fall, where we provide the opportunity for them to payroll deduct or give a one-time donation to the United Way, and then a couple of the other organizations here locally that if they would like to support, including this year will be included Dolly Parton Imagination, also the Education Foundation, Bright Futures, and Buddy Bags. And we do see quite a few of the dollars that come in annually for those programs come from our payroll deductions. And so we're very thankful to our staff for continuing to support those. And that's about it.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to reiterate what you saw from Ms. Totebush tonight about our PLTW program. If you want to follow them, as Dr. Penny said, they're posting a lot on social media. On Facebook, they are Troy R3 Elementary PLTW. We have 6 teachers across our 7 elementary schools who are doing those things. And I've actually heard from parents who have said their child wants to wear a special t-shirt with science stuff on it on their STEM day, they call it. Or mom, don't make my doctor's appointment on Thursday because that's my STEM day. I get to go to the STEM lab that day. Kids are really responding to this, as we figured they would, but we're really seeing proof of that now. They're really enjoying it, which is so exciting to see them excited for learning, period. We hope that, you know, it's an inspiring fun and just that excitement for coming to school every day carries over into other areas as well. In addition to the PLTW that we've started this year, we're also using our new science resource, which is MySci. So we've got all of our students, K-5, who are working in those units, and our teachers have received training on those. And so it's going really well too. I'm just excited that our kids are getting across the board science instruction that is good, that is directly connected to our Missouri learning standards every single day. We have begun the process of writing our ELA curriculum for grade 3. We really kind of dug into getting to our why
why do we teach? Why do, taking teachers back through that. And I actually had teachers in tears, like real tears, saying that just talking about their why it was so important and transformational in their work. One teacher said, I think I changed as a teacher today, going through this process of writing curriculum. Who thought it could be that exciting? But they're really digging deep. And so that was really exciting. And then, as Dr. Greiner mentioned, we are doing our STAR testing of all students K-12. Some of our schools, elementaries here and there, have done STAR testing, but it's allowing us to dig so deeply down to the very standard of what the child is missing. In both, we've only done it in reading in the past, but also math, which also leads me to the intervention training that we've done with our teachers. We've actually purchased this year intervention kits that go direct, they're from the same company, go directly with our core math curriculum, so that we have tools, not just guessing, not just flashcards, not just games, real research-based tools that we can use to intervene with our students on the exact skill or standard where we know they're lacking. And lastly, we are continuing our partnership with Mizzou through the Emperor partnership that we do have with them. Elementary was given another grant this year, which allows us to establish professional development sessions for our paraprofessionals. We know that our paraprofessionals are dealing with a lot of behavior from day to day, whether it's regular education students out on the playground or it's specific behavior students with whom they work. We know that we can retain those paras if we train them properly and provide them those supports. And Mizzou has a psychologist who actually will come to our district and provide some of those supports and just partnering with us on that. Any questions? Thank you.
Dr. Sally?
Good evening. A lot of people laughed when we talked about curriculum writing, and I, for one, find it a joy because it's fun to dig in and figure out how kids will learn and what they'll learn, and how we can take the art and science of teaching and mix it with instructional strategies and really create good opportunities for kids. And I lead with that because we are starting our curriculum writing for secondary, and we will be starting off with health curriculum writing. And then we have already started our ELA for middle school. And I was with our literacy coach today as she was leading that charge. And it was neat to see how they were digging into the work. Next week, we also have coaching days with Carnegie Learning. That is our math resource. And part of our purchasing gives us a math consultant that comes and works with Sarah Howe, as she works through all the buildings now, all 5 secondary buildings who are doing Carnegie Learning in some way. So we're looking forward to that learning. We also have our secondary Vanguard meetings that are fast approaching. This is the group that we talked about last time with Apple, and they are working to build capacity within all of our teachers so we can use that instructionally and use our technology. We've been very, very fortunate to be able to have one-to-one technology, but that doesn't do anything for our kids if we don't use it correctly and figure out ways to let them do things they couldn't do without it. So we look forward to building capacity in our staff. And also we have had our coaching meetings. Dr. Porter and I work together with the coaches of our district one time a month. And our focus this year is high leverage instructional strategies. So we're taking this from research from Bob Marzano. And this month we are talking about giving feedback and setting objectives. And finally, we have been working on coaching evaluations. And I also had the pleasure of working with Dr. Briscoe and Mr. Myers, prepping for Career Day, Budget Day, and the Pathways Celebration for our career academies. Thank you.
Mary, I'm looking forward to the budget fair. I saw the.
It will be really neat.
I was thinking of the example of giving kids some money and then, one child was said about moving out, how much money, like $800 or $1,000. How quick that money goes, they don't have, they don't have enough money for the month, so to speak. So I hope that's part of the activity.
It is part of the activity. And they'll also have to figure out between needs and wants as part of
or
that.
nice to haves or things like that.
I might not need everything I
Yeah.
think I need. Those might be wants.
Mary,
And
we all
it's
love
a good
cricket.
exercise.
If we all love cricket writing as much as you did, we would have done.
I must say, I probably missed that board meeting.
Do you? I can invite you back.
You can always come back.
Yes.
I almost got fired.
Well, I'd love to have you come.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is good, and it's an
Yeah,
important part
it
of
is
the background work that we do.
It
And
is.
it's neat when you hear those stories like Dr. Porter shared, that it really was transformational for someone.
Yeah.
The other thing we figured out through it is sometimes we wonder why our scores and our achievement levels aren't where we want them.
That's right.
And as we start looking at standards and digging deeply, and we ask the right questions, and we have people consider how they're spending their instructional time, we come up with some holes that we
Yeah.
haven't been filling properly.
Good.
So that's a really important part of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Salvo.
You come, I'll send you.
I'm very good.
Good evening. I am not going to talk about curriculum writing. Sorry. I want to shout out and just recognize there's so many amazing people in this district, but we have 4 individuals that are in new positions that have already gone above and beyond. And that is our 2 social workers, Amy Radican and Caitlin Rotter, and our 2 educational support counselors, Christy Gregory and Sydney Piontek. They've been working extremely hard and strategic to meet urgent and timely needs for our kids. They've also been leading building intervention team meetings around mental wellness. And I had the privilege of attending an elementary and a secondary meeting for their first one at River Park and Troy Middle School. And that's where I get super excited and get tears in my eyes, because it was amazing to have a group of professionals sit around and be strategic and ask the right questions about how to meet the needs of kids around emotional wellness, and be strategic and walk away with an action plan. So I just want to commend them for their work, as well as all of our building leaders who are making the point of putting emotional wellness on the table, because we know it's so important. Next week, so excited for Lincoln County R3, we will be giving our first SEL Universal Screener. That window opens up next week. Fingers crossed it's all going to work well for the very first time. And that window will be opened for 2 weeks for teachers to conduct that DESA mini. And then it's busy for the month of September. We will also be doing training with our school counselors on a brand new 504 platform. So it will be all online, which is fantastic. And then I will also be meeting with our SEL ruler, which is our SEL curriculum implementation team on the 28th, to make sure that we're rolling it out to our adults and what's working well and what's not, and then what level of support I can provide them. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Grover.
Myself, my legs were to sleep when I stood up. Good evening. So as I get in further in this role, I learn more and more parts of my job, and so it's getting longer and longer and longer. So there's several different departments I'm gonna talk about. First, latchkey. Latchkey enrollment's currently at 515 students in all the buildings, pre-K and elementary. That's up 400 from last September. Part of that, I think there's lots of things that have increased the enrollment, but some of that is, all the students coming back from virtual, the tiered busing system. A lot of parents are going back to work that weren't working at this time last year. So Latchkey is actively hiring student workers or TLCs and interviewing for lead positions. As the homeless liaison, we are currently updating public notices around the community to let the public know how we identify students who are experiencing homelessness and how we can serve those students and help them get through that period in their lives and still receive education. The gifted program. So I just currently started doing some research and finding resources on completing a program evaluation. to see where we need more support and recommendations on how to support our gifted students better and most effectively. And so I hope to have that for you at the end of this year, hopefully April-ish. I have Desi working with me on that. And special ed. So I had a great opportunity to tour and visit our students at Boone Slick State School in O'Fallon on Monday. And it's a state school for the severely disabled. We have 4 middle school students and high school students who attend there. It was kind of cool because 3 of them are early childhood students. So that was neat to see them. They all look like adults, which is kind of scary. It makes me feel old, but so Boone Slick really has a program developed just for their needs. And it's neat to see them in an environment where they're learning a lot of life skills and you know, all the things that they're going to need once they turn 21 and are no longer at Boone Slick. I followed up with each of the parents afterward that I saw there, because I feel like it's important that they realize just because their child's in another building that's not housed in our county doesn't mean that they're not a Troy R3 student. So I wanted parents to feel like we're still there for them and that their student is still going to be a graduate of Troy R3. They had really great things to say about Boone Slick, so that was great to hear. We had our first para training this month. We had very positive feedback. Paras were excited to meet together to support each other and learn ways that they can support their students in their classrooms. We did a self-reflection activity to compare to the end of the year on how they feel supported, and then also what kind of needs that they need as far as professional development. And then the training ended with discussing how important the role of a para is and exactly what their role as a SPED para is within their classrooms or as a personal para. I tried to trick some of them, and I actually did not trick any of them. Secondary, I kind of got hung up on one of the questions, but they knew all the answers, so that's really good. We had our first site coordinator meeting with me as their leader, and we worked together to problem solve some issues, mostly around virtual learning and quarantine, as well as plan out some changes that we'll be making. Enrollment, I'm also in charge of enrollment. So enrollment this year, this time last year was 927. Oh, this is for special ed. Sorry, I'm still in special ed. So special ed enrollment last year at this time was 927 students. It's currently 1,006. So that's a difference of 79 additional students. Out of those students, we currently have 25 special education students in outside placement. 4 of those I told you about at Boone Slick. And then 2 more are at the Missouri School for the Blind. And the other 25 are in different outside placements for mostly behavior, where they're getting the services that they need there. And then last but not least, Mindy Kemper has done an excellent job at supporting our buildings as we are short-staffed on nursing. She's been a nurse this week a lot, last week and all the other weeks. She's running around helping buildings with COVID, and just wanted to give her a shout out because she's doing an outstanding job. If we could clone her and we probably would need 4 or 5 of her to be able to keep up with her. So thank you.
Dr. Robert, thanks for visiting. I really glad to hear you do that. I know I've been to center office before. And I think it's so important that those parents see us in those occasions. So thank you for doing that.
I got to go to Great Circle's graduation, and when the mom saw Dr. Connor and I there, she started crying.
Yeah.
She knew that we didn't forget about her.
There are kids, right?
Oh,
So
100%.
I love it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Culbertson? Somehow you knew I was going to call your name.
I can't believe you while I was standing up.
Well, you know.
Last board meeting in this room, I introduced the topic of installing an emergency entrance into the Troy Buchanan campus. After conversations with MoDOT, Paul Goff, one of the higher ups at MoDOT, that conversation came to a quick halt based on their precedents of similar situations, similar asks, which they have no precedents, and they aren't willing to budge because of other safety aspects, meaning highway egress and so forth. So they encouraged us to along with our economic development partners in the county, to pursue, like we have been, and explore more, perhaps a quicker route to a more permanent situation around Troy Buchanan High School, which involves Capra Gray, possibly the Capra Gray roundabout, or some access to Highway 47 through Capra Gray. I said Capra Gray, South Lincoln roundabout. So we'll continue to plan. The good thing is about all these conversations is it does get it on Golf's radar, and I think it elevates the status of our request that much more. So Mark mentioned moving on to futuristic planning. That 30-day estimate is from our architect. He's pretty experienced at these things. He's yeah, there's nothing that happens in 30 days. I'll put it that 30-month timeline is pretty conservative, I would say, based on Mark Ruther's estimates. He's built a lot of buildings for larger districts, and the scope of what I put on his plate to estimate was an elementary, was an early childhood, and possibly a 9th grade center build out. So if we just ended up with one of those, it wouldn't be 30 months, it would be less than 30 months. And he and I are beginning our conversations tomorrow. What that timeline starts really tomorrow, if we want to get or provide more facility space for our kids. So some of that conversation is at risk. We know that, but we have to get good planning. And to expedite the planning process and to save dollars for the district, my recommendation is going to utilize a cookie cutter approach, modeling after the Clipper Park Elementary building. I believe the district had taken that concept and design from a Wentzville build out previously. And we'll take the input from administration at that building and some veteran staff and hone what we like the best from that building and perfect what we don't. So we have some design concepts for the freshman center. And that is, that's another conversation about how that would be built out, right? Yeah, if it's perhaps for a unique career academy design, that might take require some space that we don't have previously I talked about. But if it's a high school or the high school design, we've got that. Yeah, we've got design concepts, not anything more. Yeah, not anything more. So. On that, technology services building is coming along. The walls are, steel frames are up. The drywall is not in place there. We're installing fiber to the road right now. I predict, not with some uncertainty, but probably in November, entry time into that building. Workforce development, we're moving along. You can see it. The drywall is being hung as we speak, and it's about 60% complete. That does not involve mud, but that's hanging the drywall. So you're seeing the panels go on. Sorry. They have all the steel for the outside. They have all the steel for the outside. There was a color trim piece that the color was wrong that they had to send back. But I will say this: the specialized equipment involved in this project, such as the aquaponics equipment and the greenhouse, there's delay on those items. The aquaponics equipment's expected to arrive in the middle of October, but it has an 8-week installation, what they're projecting. Yeah, I guess it's.
Give the board some anecdotal information what our students are saying about their experience of making, especially in diesel mechanics program.
I can only offer diesel mechanics because I have that. It is one program, and I have a very close acquaintance with one of the students, my son, and it's my son. I told Mark this. He has a lot of practical experience. Ag has prepared him for a lot of different things in life and in the areas of his interest, and his colleagues are also ag students, but they enter the ranking program, and their professors can't keep them, can't keep enough content in front of them. He's saying they're ahead of the game for typical students that enter at age 20, 19 and 20. In fact, they're seeing the previous cohort of 19 and 20-year-olds still struggling with some of the things that they had accomplished in our ag program or come into that program with. So
I think that speaks well for our program. I think it also speaks well for our other county students in Winfield, Ellsbury, and Silas, that they can see a top-notch student and really challenge their instructors. So I'm really, when he told me that, I'm really proud of that. And I think that's what's going to separate our program. So we want to rank in one presence here in the county. So,
well,
I appreciate you sharing that.
And I like telling it. I enjoy telling it, but I also counsel my son, just wait. It's got to get more difficult. You haven't
Okay.
cracked an engine open yet.
All
So.
right. That's good. Thank you. Now, Levy, do you have anything else to add, sir? Yeah, come on up. You want to talk about the audit?
I was gonna mention it, yeah.
I'll be quick quickly. Our audit is this week, so they are on site and they are they worked yesterday and today remotely. They'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on site. We hope to have the final audit prepared, finished, and here in October or November at the latest. We are required to upload that to DESI by December 31st. Other than that, we have an amazing office staff, and one of the opportunities that's before them is being able to be trained to be certified bookkeepers. And so we have 4 in our office. 2 are going through training this year, and 2 are going to complete that training next year. So all of ours will accomplish that. And they had their first training last Friday, and they loved it. So they capped the group at 30, so it's a small group, but they really dig into the nuts and bolts of what we do and help equip them to be successful. So starting next Monday, I'll be visiting every school in the district and sitting down with all the principals, talk about budget and what's going on. We schedule ahead. I'm very excited to sit down with them and see what their needs are, but also talk about within our existing budget program, how can we make sure they see the information they want to see and they're not overwhelmed by some of the information that doesn't apply to them. So, one of the neat pieces that we've seen over the last month is just the ability to problem solve. Dr. Salvo had mentioned these great new staff on board, and we realized quickly that they may have needed some tools and different things that we didn't have before. So it's just problem solving, find solutions to make sure that we have the finances to take care of those needs. In this case, it was cell phones, because we recognized that they could get contacted at any point in time. So how do we work together to make sure they have that tool in their pocket to work with students? So there's a lot of problem solving, a lot of really great relationships being developed. Audrey's being gracious enough to allow me to partner with her tomorrow for a radio interview. So I'm excited to share about district finances and begin to connect with that part of our population. And then Sarah and I have been working on just some hiring processes, not typically for our traditional employee, but maybe those that come back on an as-needed basis, or those that just need to serve for a short while, making sure we have a process for that so we know up front what those costs are going to be and how we help them out. Other than that, the last thing I want to share is on a personal note, a huge shout out to Troy South. I had a kid in quarantine, and how they operate and how they connect with those kids on a daily basis and use Zoom. As a district, we should be extremely proud because they were very, very engaged. Any questions?
Right, as always, a lot going on. Thanks for everyone and your input. At this point, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. So, Mr. Siebert and Ms. Tobish, all in favor, aye? Opposed? Right, brief recess, and we'll go to large conference. Thank you for your attendance.
Pretty perceptive.